Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavansam Shri Rupam Chakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanitanstam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
संसार भीतने
Jara Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Bala Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Bala Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Bala Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. এই নাম গায় গোরাচন্দ মধুর সদে, এই নাম গায় গোরাচন্দ মধুর সদে, হরে কৃষ্ণ, হরে কৃষ্ণ, কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ, হরে হরে। এই নাম গায়ে গোরাচন্দ মধুর স্বরে, এই নাম গায়ে গোরাচন্দ মধুর স্বরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ, হরে কৃষ্ণ, কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ, হরে হরে, হরে রাম, হরে রাম, রাম রাম, হরে হরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ, হরে কৃষ্ণ, কৃষ্ণ হরে হরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ, হরে কৃষ্ণ, কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ, হরে হরে, হরে রাম, হরে রাম, রাম রাম, হরে হরে, হরে রাম, হরে রাম, রাম হরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ, হরে কৃষ্ণ, কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ, হরে হরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ, হরে কৃষ্ণ, কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ, হরে হরে, হরে রাম, হরে রাম, রাম রাম, হরে হরে, राम राम, हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण, कृष्ण कृष्ण, हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण, कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम, हरे राम, राम राम, हरे हरे राम, हरे राम, राम हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण, हरे कृष्ण, कृष्ण कृष्ण, हरे हरे, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
अभय अवतार पावन हेतु अभय अवतार श्यामा पतित प्रभु न पावन हेतु Ami bara dukhi अद्वैत गोसाई तब कृपा बने पई आजा भगतवासनं श्री गौरहरि आजा भगतवासनं श्री गौरहरि जय गोष्ठविहारी Goswami Hari Nanda Kirti Re Ananda Kirti Vaja Bhagata Vaja Bhagata Nanderani Dese Vaise Giri Varadhari Nanderani Dese Vaise Giri Varadhari Baladeva Shaha Sakha Vaise Harisha Baladeva Shaha Sakha Vaise Harisha Vaja Vaja Bhakata Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Nanita Krishna Daditi Dhaya Hari Machakan Sukhuta Sakadi Bhaji Nanita Krishna Dali Nalla Dudha Tumi Dadi Machakan Vichichini Sharapuni Laddu Rasabali Bhojana Karino Krishna Vaye Kutu Vichichini Sharapuni Laddu Rasabali Bhojana Karino Krishna Vaye Kutu Bhajam Vaja Bhakata Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Nanda Jasamatirthi Ananda Jasamatirthi Kahani Vaja Bhakata Radhikara Pakayana Vivida Banjana Radhikara Pakayana Vivida Banjana Paramayanande Krishna Karena Bhajan Paramayanande Krishna Karena Bhajan Sahi Goshtami Hari Gaura Hari Sahi Goshtami Hari Nanda Jashamati Nanda Jashamati Bhaja Bhakatama Bhajanante Priya Krishna Bhajanante Priya Krishna Subhashita Bari Baladeva Sakha Vaise Sarisha Bhajanante Priya Krishna Subhashita Bari Baladeva Sakha Vaise Sarisha
গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকসরি হরে হরে বলিতে নয়নে মমেনি বলিতে হবে পুলকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে না জানে ভাবেনি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে না জানে ভাবেনি আর কবে নিতাই চায় করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাম কবে তুচ্ছ হবে আর কবে নিতাই চাং করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাম কবে তুচ্ছ হবে গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে না জানে ভাবেনি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে না জানে ভাবেনি আর কবে নিতাই চায় করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাম কবে তুচ্ছ হবে কবে নিতাই চায় করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাম কবে তুচ্ছ হবে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে কবে হম ফের শ্রী বৃন্দাবন বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন কবে হম হে রব শ্রী বৃন্দাবন বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন কবে হম হে রব শ্রী বৃন্দাবন
Yeah, that's fine. But does that work with the, yeah, that works with. Hare Krishna. I don't detect any amplification here, so Hare Krishna. Come in Houston. No, come in Dallas. So, so it looks like it's not working, right? Anyone here good at microphones? So this. Hare Krishna. That's better. What's that? Yeah, waters. So you're already live streaming? Okay. Thank you. Key to the ashram. So thank you all for coming. I'm just going to get settled into the cockpit here. Oh, why don't we all have a group activity of turning off our cell phones, or at least silencing them. Whoops, I'll be ready momentarily. We're in the material world, so it's. So we'll begin. Is that okay? Huh? Hare Krishna. So thank you all for coming. Today is a very auspicious day. It's the disappearance day of Prabhupada's guru, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And so in his honor, we're going to speak from Bhagavad Gita. And of course, we're all here by the mercy of Prabhupada and his servant, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami. So I chose a verse today from the Bhagavad Gita to speak on because it's of, I think, extraordinary theological importance, philosophical importance. And that is the verse written anywhere? Oh, good. Yes, this is chapter 7, text 24. So first I'll just chant this verse, and then I would like to place it within its context. And it's a very important section of Bhagavad Gita. Krishna, we often just read one verse at a time in classes, but actually this verse appears in actually at least two very important paragraphs of Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna is making very powerful philosophical points. And these verses are all connected, so therefore I want to show that, the sort of the philosophical context and what Krishna is actually saying. So this verse is Avyaktam vyakting apannam manyante manga buddhaya parang bhavam ajananto amabhyam anutamam. So I'm going to give a very literal translation of this verse, sort of dictionary definitions of all these words. Krishna says first, avyaktam vyakti mapannam manyante mangabudhiya. That's a complete, that's the first statement, the independent clause grammatically of this verse. So Krishna says that abudhaya, buddhi, of course, in Sanskrit means intelligence. And if you compare it with a synonym, which is jnanam, knowledge, it becomes clear in chapter 18 of the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna talks about first jnanam in the three gunas, the three modes of nature, goodness, passion, and ignorance. In other words, knowledge which is virtuous, knowledge which is passionate in the pejorative sense of the word passionate, because nowadays they say, like, I'm really passionate about pickleball or something. So it just means you're very enthusiastic about something. But we use the word in our Vaishnav jargon, if you want to call it that, we use the word passion as Krishna uses it in a pejorative sense. It means to be selfish as opposed to selfless. It means to be always excited, almost like an electron, not like I'm really excited about that, but be sort of agitated with personal desires rather than peaceful, which is sattva, the quality of goodness. And so Krishna says here that people who are abudhi, buddhi means, so jnana means like worldview. That's what I was saying. Jnana, if you look at how Krishna uses the word jnana, especially in chapter 18, text 20 through 22, Krishna is using jnana very much in the way we would say worldview. Like when you put it all together, what's the big picture for you? Of course, for some people, the big picture is actually not very big at all. But anyway, so that's jnana. But buddhi is analytic intelligence. It's in Sanskrit, there's also two terms, samasa and vyasa. Veda Vyasa, of course, the word Vyasa is his title. His name was actually Dvaipayana because he was born in a dweep, an island in the Jamuna River. But he's called Vyasa. And the Bhagavatam talks about Vyasa, just like Sutta. Sutta Goswami is another title. Sutta means a reciter of the Puranas. And Vyasa means literally one who places apart. In Sanskrit, there are two prefixes, sam, which means together, like Sankirtan, and V, which means apart. So Vyasa, he placed the Vedas apart. He divided the Vedas, therefore he's called the Vyasa. But these words can also be used epistemologically, to use the term, in terms of analyzing what kind of knowledge you're dealing with. So Vyasa means analytic knowledge. Like typical example would be modern physics or modern quantum physics, where the idea is Are you okay now? The young lady? Are you? So, for example, in physics, the idea is, let's say you take biology, you study biology, and then if you want to break things down into smaller pieces, you go to chemistry. And from chemistry, you go to physics. And from physics, you go to quantum physics. And from quantum physics, you go to La La Land. Because if you know anything about quantum physics actually has, science ended up with a bit of pie on their face because they don't actually know what's down in there. It gets smaller and smaller. In fact, it's become kind of absurd or comical to say that I'm a materialist for the simple reason that we don't actually know what matter is. It's not necessary to ring the bell during a class. Thought that should be obvious. So, anyway, so getting back to the point, Vyasa is basically where you divide things into categories. You categorize things. You categorize things, you break them down. For example, when Krishna is talking about how intelligence functions, he says that intelligence and goodness, sattvika buddhi, knows what to do, what not to do, when to proceed, when to turn back. what is your duty, what is not your duty, and so on. So that's buddhi. And able to know what's right and wrong, what's good and bad, and what things are. Now, Krishna says in this verse that there are people who are abuddhi, and abuddhi simply is the plural of abuddhi. It's simply the plural. So Krishna says there are people who are abuddhi. They do not have analytic intelligence. They cannot analyze things. They have no sense of propriety. They have no sense of what's right and wrong, or what's true or untrue. And so who are these people who are abuddhi, abuddhaya? The people who Krishna describes as abuddhi are precisely those who think a certain way about Krishna, which is very unintelligent. And so how do these people who think they are buddhimanta, they think they have intelligence, but actually they're not, they don't have this power. So what do they think about Krishna? So what they think is, avyaktam vyaktimapannam manyante mang. Manyante, they think. Mam, they think I am a person who is avyakta. Avyakta. Vyakta in Sanskrit means manifest, visible. A visible form is vyakta. And so avyakta is the opposite, something which has no perceptible form. Certainly doesn't have a body, because a body obviously is a form. It's a three-dimensional form. So these people believe that Krishna is impersonal, or that he has no visible form, he has no real eternal body, but he is vyaktim apannam. Now, as we know in Hindi, you have the word vyakti. For example, I remember when I was in Bombay with Prabhupada years ago, the elevator would say, char vyakti kevala, or something, that you can only have 4 people in the elevator. Kevala char vyakti. So anyway, so the word is used in different ways in Hindi. But still, even in the way vyakti is used in elevators in India, it's still the same idea. It's, having a manifest body, having a tangible, perceptible body. And so people who are unintelligent, according to Krishna, who do not have the power of reason, they can't analyze things properly, they believe that Krishna is avyaktam, impersonal. He does not actually have an eternal body, but that he is vyaktim apannam. He has taken on a vyakti. He has taken on a visible form. So you have this impersonal, invisible God who, just to, talk to us or deal with us in this world, takes on a body. But ultimately, he really doesn't have a body. This is a popular philosophy among certain people. It's just incorrect. At least it's not a correct understanding of the Gita. And we could talk about the philosophy of form, which is an interesting topic. I was giving some examples. I think it was, can't remember so many programs, but it was either this morning or last night. The idea that if you think that form is limiting, why would you think that? Why would someone think that form is limiting? Well, for one thing, because form is precisely a three-dimensional perimeter. Right? And the word perimeter, by the way, is almost pure Sanskrit. Sanskrit would be parimatra, measuring around. Parimatra, and so then you get perimeter in Western languages. Anyway, so the spatial definition of my body, or the three-dimensional, the perimeter of my body is precisely where my body ends and something else begins. So you could say that anything that has a body must be spatially limited, because if it wasn't spatially limited, you couldn't perceive it as a separate object. And Krishna had his dvibhuja sharira. Krishna had his two-handed form. And so therefore, how can you say if God is unlimited, how could Krishna in his spiritual body, how could that be God? Well, for one thing, if we pay attention to the Gita and don't jump to rash conclusions, Krishna says, Jo mang pashyati sarvatra, one who sees me everywhere. Jo Mai Sarvam Pashyati, and one who sees everything in me. So we just transcended the space problem. Because if Krishna is in a body, his two-handed form, and he is everywhere, then he's not actually limited. And if he is within everything, Anora Niyan Mahato Mihiyan, the Vedas say, smaller than the smallest, greater than the greatest. So another problem with physical bodies is that they die. They take birth under somewhat unhygienic conditions. I mean, of course, they sanitize it. And then they live for a while, and then they die. Just as Krishna says, Dehi nosmin jatha dehe. Just as in this body, asmin dehe, yatha asmin dehe, just as in this body, the embodied soul experiences Komarang, childhood, Jovanam, youth, and Jara, old age. Anyway, just a little linguistic note. We still have all these words in Western languages. Jovanam, youth, or in Latin languages, juvenum, or in joven in Portuguese, and so on. So all these words are Sanskrit jovanam. So Komarang, childhood, and then basically adolescence or youth, and Jara, old age, from which we get English words like geriatric, or gerontology, Sanskrit Jara. So we all experience this, but Krishna says, Tata dehantara praptir. In the same way, you will take another body. So the question, is there reincarnation, is not a serious question. Because we've already reincarnated many times. I mean, if you're over 7 years old, you've reincarnated. And if you divide your age by 7, that's how many reincarnations you have. In fact, your young body, childhood body, did not stretch into your adult body. It actually changed. So as I often say, I mean, the body you have right now is not exactly the same body you woke up with. Because as we know, if you know anything about biology, not to speak of microbiology, there's like millions of things going on in your body. And, we're breathing in and breathing out, changing the exact chemical composition of our body. I mean, so many things going on, digestion, excretion. I mean, a million things are going on in our bodies. And so the body is always changing, and yet you are the same person. We say, when I was a child, or I was born in this place. Why does everyone in the world, actually, in all the hundreds of languages in the world, say, I was born in this place? You don't say he or she was born. So at our deepest intuitive level, the reason that basically, for thousands and thousands of years, human beings all around the world in hundreds of different languages have spoken exactly the same way, that I was born at this time in this place. No one says that other person was born. And so this language, the common language, often reveals our deepest intuitions. And because everyone shares this intuition of continuous personal identity, therefore everyone says, I was born in this place and time. When you fill out a form, it says, birth date, like when were you born? They don't say, when was that other person born that then morphed into you? So we are the same person, but the body is always changing, and therefore we're not the body. This is literally a no-brainer. This is very, very simple. But people miss it. The obvious, that we're not the body. You could not possibly be the body, because if you say you are the body, which body? Because technically you've had hundreds and thousands of different bodily states. So which one are you even talking about? So this is the argument that Krishna is giving in the Bhagavad Gita. So we're not the body. Now, what about Krishna's body? I wrote a book. Well, somehow Krishna engaged me to write this book called The Comprehensive Guide to the Bhagavad Gita, in which I took on the challenge of proving that Prabhupada's explanation of the Gita is precisely in accord with Krishna's teachings. But the challenge was to prove this exclusively through the Sanskrit, giving dictionary definitions of the Sanskrit words and proving that Krishna himself defines his terms, which he does, Krishna, as the supreme philosopher, uses certain terms, defines the terms, and then we come to a practical conclusion. Kalakanta. Actually, one of our best preachers in North America is here. Kalakanta, so you can get his association. He's asked me to tell you that if you'd like him to give a donation, just give it to me instead. So, so what about Krishna's body? Now, even if you look linguistically at the Bhagavad Gita, if you pay close attention to the Bhagavad Gita, we find that Krishna uses different words in Sanskrit to describe his body and our body. He doesn't use the same words. For example, Krishna often uses, when referring to ordinary souls, jivas, Krishna often uses the word deha, as in this verse, dehi nosmin jita dehi, just as the embodied soul in this body. So the word deha is used actually a number of times in the Gita. Krishna never uses that word to describe his own body. Or another word that Krishna uses for our bodies is sharira, or shariri, the one who has that body, or dehi, the one who has the body. Krishna never uses that word to describe his own body. Krishna, what words does Krishna use to refer to his own body? Rupa and vapu, as in the Damodar prayer. So, and he even says, for example, you should meditate on me as one who has an achintya rupam, an inconceivable body. Now, our bodies, whatever else they are not inconceivable. In fact, if you study modern anatomy or physiology, we know millions of things about the body. There's absolutely nothing I can think of that's achintya, inconceivable about the body. But Krishna says, my body is inconceivable because it's eternal, it's a spiritual body. Another word, just as long as we're doing a little linguistic study of the Gita here, another word that Krishna uses to describe us all the time, he uses it many times in the Gita to describe us, just ordinary souls, is the word bhuta. And he never uses that word to describe himself. It can be translated as a being, a creature. So, and this is very significant because the word bhuta comes from the Sanskrit verb bhu, which means to be. In fact, that's where we get the be in the English word be, bhavati. So Krishna often describes us as bhutas, creatures, beings, and the plural bhutani, sarva bhutani, and so on. So why doesn't Krishna call himself a bhuta, a being? Because the Sanskrit root, this verb to be, bhavati, it also means to become. And to become means to come to be. In other words, something didn't exist before, and then it comes to be. It becomes. Now, although we are eternal, and although Krishna says that we have always existed, what has not always existed is this composite identity, which is a soul within a body, an eternal soul doing business as a human being. And so that identity because let's say you are eternal, you have always existed, but your specific identity with its gender and its age and family and race and ethnicity and geography, et cetera, that particular, you could say, persona, that particular person that you are, in a sense, pretending to be, namely pretending to be an American or an Indian or male or female or so many years old, that identity came to be. It didn't exist before. Whereas Krishna's spiritual body never comes to be because it has always existed. And therefore, Krishna never refers to himself as Bhuta. So anyway, if you just, plain language, just look up what the Sanskrit words mean in the dictionary, and you'll see that Prabhupada has given a perfect explanation of the Bhagavad Gita. But going back to this verse now, this verse exists in a context, in the Gita, philosophical context, which itself is very interesting, and which really, this is a place where, perhaps more than anywhere else, where Krishna is talking about what you could call world religions. Why are there different religions in the world? Krishna is going to explain that here. There's a lot in the Gita, actually, if we kind of get beneath the surface. So Krishna begins this topic, which culminates in the verse that we have today. Everything's connected, but you got to start somewhere, right? So Krishna says that, he says, Bahunam janmanam ante jnanavan mam prapadyate. After many births, bahu janma. After many births, a jnanavan, someone that gets it, someone that really understands, mam prapadyate, surrenders to me. Why? Because Vasudeva Sarvamiti, the person understands that Vasudeva, Krishna, the son of Vasudeva, is everything. Now, there are many people in the world, especially in India and other places, that think that Krishna is great, but that does not actually get you there. It's not about thinking Krishna is great. It's actually about thinking Krishna is everything. And so how Krishna is everything, of course, has to be understood philosophically, because we are not Krishna. So how is Krishna everything? Maybe you could do that after the class. Thank you. We are not Krishna, and Krishna is not. It's not that I'm Krishna. Nothing could be more obvious. So how is Krishna everything? For one thing, Arjuna explains that. Arjuna explains in the Bhagavad Gita in chapter 11, after he's seen this sort of mind-staggering Virat Rupa, Vishwarupa, Arjuna says to Krishna, Sarvam samapnoshi, tatosi sarvam. You encompass everything. You encompass everything. Therefore, you are everything. Or, for example, Krishna says, Ahang sarvasya prabhava. I am the source of everything. Mattak, from me. Sarvang pravarti. Everything proceeds from me. Pravartate. By the way, the pro in proceed is Sanskrit. Pra. So you have to understand how Krishna is everything, but ultimately Krishna is everything, properly understood. So, very simple. And Krishna says, Samahatma Sudurlabha. That great soul, Samahatma Sudurlabha, is very hard to find. So, which explains why there are so many religions. So then Krishna goes on to explain why, if he is everything, if he encompasses everything, why is a person who understands that simple fact, why is it so hard to find someone who understands that simple fact about God? And then Krishna is going to explain why it's so hard to find someone who understands the simple truth. Krishna says, this is chapter 7, text 20, Kamais, there it is, smoking gun. Kamais tais tair hita jnana prapadyante anya devata. Krishna says that because people's knowledge has been stolen, taken away, their gyan, their understanding is taken away. Hrita gyan. Why? What takes away people's understanding? Kam, selfish desire. Selfish desire. For example, let's say a man is accused of some serious crime, and they're interviewing potential people for the jury. And so it turns out that one potential juror is the brother of the accused person. Now that person will be disqualified from jury duty. Why? Because that person has attachment. Therefore, even in terms of legal standards, it's understood that someone who has personal attachment cannot be trusted to give an objective opinion. So even in jurisprudence, even in just normal standards of jurisprudence all around the world, attachment or aversion. For example, let's say someone's being interviewed for jury duty, and it turns out that the accused person has a feud with the person being interviewed, like they hate each other. Like, you killed my brother. That person also is disqualified. So even in ordinary jurisprudence, it's recognized that in order to see things clearly, in order to understand things objectively, you must be free from selfish desires and attachments. Raga, dvesha, attachment and aversion. So this is commonly understood by psychology. And it's commonly understood by the legal system. Therefore, when Krishna says here that jnana, objective knowledge, pure awareness, is taken away by selfish desires, he's saying something which all of modern psychology would agree with. And long before there was an academic field called psychology, everyone already knew this. It's just common sense. This is common human knowledge. So if you look at world religions, if you study world religions, you will find that most of the people who practice this or that religion have some selfish interest in it. And you also find in every religion sort of a very small group of people, mystics, who are interested in simply loving God. There are Christian saints who rejected the idea of getting something from God and simply wanted to cultivate love. There are Sufi saints like that. And of course, the most powerful tradition is the Vaishnava tradition, the idea of Kevala Bhakti, Shuddha Bhakti. So Krishna says, those whose jnana, whose understanding of reality has been taken away by selfish desires, prapadyante, they surrender anya devata, to other deities or to other representations of divinity, devata. And then Krishna says, tang tang niyamamastaya. And all of them sort of stick to, astaya, all of them attach themselves to or stick to various niyamas, various regulations. It's the second stage of Ashtanga Yoga, yama niyama. So yama means regulations, rules, because in every religion, you can do this, but you can't do that, and so on and so forth. So to become religious in the normal sense of the word religiosity requires that one actually make a commitment to a certain kind of lifestyle. There are dietary restrictions, or certain prayers you're supposed to say, and so on and so forth. This is just sort of ordinary religiosity. And so there are tang tang niyamang, which means each does his own procedure. But then Krishna says, prakrityani ataksvaya. Now, unless you know Sanskrit, you're going to miss a very clever thing that Krishna says here. The word niyata is the same word as niyama. Niyata, if niyama, a niyama means a regulation. Niyata, it simply means regulated. So each one, as Krishna is saying, each one is regulated by his or her regulation. And of course, the word niyata has other meanings in Sanskrit. So if you know Sanskrit, it's a very powerful, sort of multivalent statement. So having said that, Krishna then says, Jo Jo Jang Jang Tanum Bhakta, which literally means whoever devotes themselves to whatever form of divinity. Whoever devotes themselves literally to whatever form of God or demigod or whatever. Shraddhaya, and with faith, Shraddhaya, they believe that I'm going to get something from this. And then Architum Ichati, and desires to worship, each with their own particular desires. But again, in the last verse, we're talking about people that have material desires. We're not talking about, great saintly mystics who are searching for pure love of God. We're talking about people who have selfish desires, and they know, well, let's go to the boss. It's like if you're in the airport and you're not satisfied with the way you're being treated at the, check-in counter, you say, I want to speak to your supervisor, right? That's what people say. I want to speak to your boss. So people worship a particular deity because they think that particular deity has the power to give me something I want. And that's what Krishna is talking about. Therefore, they desire to worship, or honor. I mean, words like puja and archa in Sanskrit, you can translate as worship, but also means just to honor, to whatever. So then Krishna says, tasya tasyachalang shadhang tameva vidadamyaham. It's very interesting that we cannot convince people who are fixed in their processes. Let's say, no, you should actually chant Hare Krishna. You should join the Hare Krishna movement. Why won't that work if someone's really fixed? Because Krishna says, in each case, I give that person unflinching faith in what they're doing. So let's say you approach a Christian on the street, or you approach a Buddhist, or whatever, and they're really committed. Unless that person is really philosophical and takes very seriously rational philosophy, in which case we can give them many good reasons why they should chant Hare Krishna. But a very tiny minority of people in any religion are actually rational about their religion. Mostly it's because, this is what my family's done. My parents did this, or I should do this, or this is my culture, this is my ethnic tradition, or whatever. And very few people in any religion approach it rationally. So for most people, Krishna says, I give that person unmoving, literally achala, unmoving faith in that particular path. So how can you undo what God has done? If God has given them achalang shadha, unmoving faith, good luck in trying to change it. Because in a sense, you're like that, what was his name? Oh my God, that devotee of Ram that fought with Krishna? When he went to find the Shamantaka jewel? Jambavan, yes. So Jambavan, when Krishna went to retrieve the Samantaka jewel, and Jambavan had just given it to his child to play with. When Krishna went to take it, he fought against Krishna. And Jambavan was very powerful. No one could fight with him. But he kept fighting and fighting day after day. And finally, he realized, I'm fighting with my Lord. Because he was a Ram Bhakta. He was a devotee of Rama. I didn't recognize that actually Krishna is ultimately, the boss. And Rama is just another form of Krishna. Then he finally realized it. So you're not going to convince people whose faith has been solidified by Krishna himself. That's an interesting statement here. And then Krishna says, sa, that person, taya shraddhaya yukta, endowed with that faith, which I myself have given that worshiper, sa taya shraddhaya yukta, tasya aradhanam ihate. The person undertakes his or her worship, aradhanam. Tasya aradhanam ihate. And to really seal the deal here, as they say, labate chatata kaman. The person actually gets what they were praying for. Labate kaman. Kama lava. You understand the Indian languages. Labate chatata kaman. Mayaiva vihitan hitan. So the person gets what they were praying for, but those benefits, those wishes, were actually bestowed by me alone. Mayaiva, by me alone, those kamas. In Sanskrit, just like in English, the word desire can mean the verb or the object of the verb. For example, you can say, I desire vegan pizza right now. So you use the word desire as a verb, or you can say, I achieve my desires. So you can use that as a noun. So it's the same way in Sanskrit. Kama can mean a desire, something you desire, or it can mean the object of your desire. So therefore, Krishna says here, labate chatata kaman, that the person actually gets their wishes, gets their desires, but maya eva, those desires were bestowed, vihita means bestowed, by me alone. So you can't fight City Hall. As they say, you can't, what are you going to do? When Krishna is giving people strong faith in whatever thing they wanted to do religiously, so he gives them strong faith, they begin their worship, and then Krishna grants their desires, which totally confirms in their mind, I'm on the right path. And in a sense they are, even though they haven't, made the, they haven't gotten to the quarterfinals or anything. But the point is that at least they're worshiping something. At least they're not complete narcissists like American political leaders. So, especially some I won't mention their name in a sacred place. So, but the point is that, so therefore, as it says in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Kali Kale, in the age of Kali, the Yuga Dharma is Krishna Nama Sankirtan. But Krishna Shakti Bina, without Krishna's own power, Krishna Shakti Bina Nahe, there isn't Tar Pravartan, the spreading of the Sankirtan movement. So we have to completely depend on Krishna. Because only Krishna in someone's heart can tell them, buy the book, buy the book or go to the temple. Only Krishna in their heart can tell them that. And therefore Krishna told Arjuna, Mayaiv aite nihata purvameva. This is chapter 11. Krishna says very clearly, by me alone, Mayaiva again, by me alone, nihata purvameva, all these soldiers at Kurukshetra, purvameva, they've already been killed. And therefore he told Arjuna, nimitta matram bhava, just be the instrument. Nimitta matra. Nimitta in Sanskrit is the instrumental cause, if you know Aristotelian causality. It means the instrument in doing something. So it's just like, let's say you take a knife and you cut a potato. It's a very down-to-earth example, right? You take a knife. I feel like one of those TV shows. Okay, take the knife. Now cut the potato like this. So let's say you take a knife and cut the potato. So the knife is the nimit. It's the instrumental cause. And matra means measure, like metric. Matra in English, we have the same word in English, metric, the measurement. And so nimitta matram, matra is used as a suffix in Sanskrit to mean only this measure, not more, not less, only this much. And so nimitta matram bhava, become just the instrument. Don't try to be more than that. Don't try to be less. What would be less? Well, I'm just going to take it easy. Krishna's all powerful. He'll take care of the planet. We're not supposed to be lazy. Krishna's inviting us to serve him. And Krishna tells us that this is the only way we can truly be happy. It's just like if some fool, let's say someone has a very good family, good mother, good father, and that person rejects their family. How can that person ever be happy? How can a person ever be happy who rejects a good family? And 3 times in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is described as the father and the mother of this universe. Aham bija pradak pita. Krishna says, nature is the womb, and I am the seed-giving father. Bija pradak pita. And then Krishna says, pita aham, asya jagato. I am the father of this universe. Mata, and the mother. Pitamaha. Oh, actually, Dhata, the creator. Pitamaha, the grandfather. It's funny, in English we say grandfather. In Sanskrit they say father grand. Pitamaha. Same idea. So, how can we expect rationally to be happy if we don't reciprocate with Krishna? For example, Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, there's this beautiful verse, in chapter 3, which I think is powerful, and so I'm going to translate it very literally. Krishna says, Evam pravartitam chakram. This is after he has explained the process of sacrifice, that you receive gifts from nature, ultimately from God, and then you offer back in sacrifice, yajna. And so Krishna says, Evam pravartitam chakram, which literally, very literally in Sanskrit, is thus a wheel, chakra. Thus, a wheel has been made to turn. A wheel has been made to turn. And this is the wheel of receiving and reciprocating. Quid pro quo. You receive and you give back. Krishna describes this as a chakra, a cycle, or a wheel, which has been made to turn. And then, nanu vartyatiha jaha. One who does not keep the wheel turning. Again, very literal. One who does not keep the wheel turning, which means you receive gifts from God and you don't offer back to God. And although there may be a temptation to think my family is God, technically, God is God. And so therefore, when you, let's say a man works very hard or a woman works very hard for their family, that's of course good. They're doing their duty, but that's not karma yoga, that's karma. There's a popular misunderstanding that if I serve my family, I'm a karma yogi, but not really. That means you're a karmi. A karma yogi means, yes, you take care of your family, you do everything for your family, but you do it as a service to Krishna, explicitly, not that like I've seen in many very wealthy homes in India, where they have this lavish furniture and mansions, in Mumbai and Delhi, and then they have a closet for Krishna. I guess they're sort of closet Vaishnavas, literally. Like, I'll take all the good rooms, I'll take all the big rooms, and, Krishna, yeah, we've got a really cute little closet for you, put a couple of shelves in it. So I hope you enjoy your life here in the closet. So, of course, we should take care of our family. Any civilized human being takes care of their family. But we should be conscious that I am simply babysitting my children because Krishna is their real father. Krishna is their real mother, and Krishna has given me a sacred responsibility, which I cannot neglect, to represent Krishna and take care of them, or to take care of my parents, if that duty comes to me. So yes, we do all these duties, but keenly aware that actually these are all Krishna's children. This is Krishna's family, and I am serving Krishna by taking care of them. If you act, and if you're taking care of them as Krishna's children, you may even want to tell your children about Krishna. Like, why not tell them? I mean, can you imagine a family where, let's say there's parents and children and there are grandparents who are very good people, but the parents never tell the children, you have grandparents. I mean, that would be perverse, wouldn't it? I mean, sick person. How could you not tell your children, you have grandparents, you have great-grandparents, and we come from a wonderful family? So how can you not tell your children who their ultimate eternal parents are? And so if you take care of your family in Krishna consciousness, then karma becomes karma yoga. Because yoga means connection, link, which we still have in English. Everything is, Sanskrit is all over the place in English. For example, words like to yoke two things together, that's yoga. From yoga, you get yoke. Or conjugal, the jug, it's yog, yukta. So anyway, so that's the whole point. If you are following pravriti marg, which means that you are going to practice Krishna consciousness by being active in the world, you're not going to take sannyas, prematurely, if ever. And so therefore, you're active in the world. That's called pravriti. Pravriti literally means going out to do things. And marga, that's your path. Then your karma is transformed into karma yoga when you connect all those duties to Krishna directly to Krishna, explicitly. You teach your children about Krishna. You serve Krishna. So, anyway, just to wrap up here, so Krishna says he's actually giving the benefits, and then he says, how does he conclude this? That's text 22. We're almost getting to the verse today. Now you'll know where Krishna is coming from. Krishna is constructing a powerful theological argument here, which is going to culminate in this verse that we have here. So then Krishna says that actually people that worship other so-called gods, they actually get the booby prize. You know that word, right? They actually don't get the real reward because Krishna says, Antavatu phalang tesham, their phalam, their fruit, their reward is antavat. It has an end. Antavat, it has an end. Antavatu phalang teshang tad bhavati alpa medasang. And that is the reward for people who are alpa medas, alpa buddhi, of little intelligence, because they haven't done the math. If I worship this, I'm still mortal. Even if I go to higher planets, I'm still going to die. If I worship Krishna, I will become immortal, eternal. Simple math. And they can't do it. So Krishna says that's what happens to those people. And then Devan Deva Yajo Yanti. Deva Yaja means those who perform yajna to devas, to the demigods. Deva, Krishna says, Devan Deva Yajanti. Those who worship devas go to the devas. If you buy a ticket for Milwaukee, you're going to Milwaukee. You can't buy a ticket to Milwaukee and say, oh, I thought we were going to Mumbai. No, your ticket says Milwaukee. So if you worship one of the devas, who themselves ultimately die, that's where you'll go. Devan Devi Joyanti Mad Bhakta Janti Mamapi. And indeed, my devotees come to me. Now, having said all that, Krishna is going to explain exactly why he, Krishna, is in a completely different category. He's not like Indra, Varun, Surya. He's not like them. He's in a completely different category, which you also find, by the way, in the oldest Sanskrit literature in existence, which is the Rig Veda. So just one word as a very brief preface. The Rig Veda, by linguistic analysis, by historical linguistics, the Rig Veda is the oldest Sanskrit in existence on this planet. And as the Bhagavatam explains, both in the first canto and also in the last canto, 12th canto, when Vyasa divided the Vedas into four, he gave each Veda to a particular Brahminical community. There were Brahminical communities in ancient India who were the custodians, the guardians, the caretakers of each of the four Vedas. That's all described in the Bhagavatam. And so those caretakers, those sort of prestigious Brahminical communities, they composed commentaries to explain what their respective Vedas meant. Those commentaries have survived down till today from ancient times in a category of literature called the Brahmanas, the Brahman literature. The oldest Veda is the Rig Veda. The oldest commentary of the oldest Veda is called the Aitareya Brahmana. The first verse of the oldest commentary on the oldest Veda, the first verse says, of all the gods, Vishnu is the highest. Furthermore, there was a famous Indologist in the 20th century. His name was, I can't remember his name, no, he was Dutch. I think Kuiper. And he was a very famous Dutch Indologist. And he wrote an article on Vishnu. And he said, although numerically, if you're sort of like a Rig Veda bean counter, there are actually more mantras addressed to Indra, because as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says in the Gita, the Vedas, Trigunya Vishaya Veda, the Vedas have a mundane subject matter. But when Vishnu is mentioned in the Rig Veda, as this Kuiper pointed out, he is uniquely spiritual. Uniquely spiritual. For example, the Rig Veda says, Om Tad Vishnu Paramang Padang Sada Pashyanti Surya. That all of the godly people are looking toward that supreme abode of Vishnu. And so, Krishna is showing that he is as Prabhupada said, the supreme personality of Godhead, unique. And therefore he says here, now let's go back to this verse, and Krishna is showing how he's unique. Krishna is deconstructing, he is dismantling polytheism. He is dismantling polytheism and showing there's one supreme God. The Bhagavad Gita is very powerfully monotheistic. So Krishna says, Avyaktam Vyaktim Apana Manyate Mangabud. Now, Abudaya, remember, Krishna says here, Abudaya, those who are unfortunately born without buddhi, no brain, no intelligence. And Krishna has also just described people who worship the other gods as Alpa Buddhiya, very little intelligence, no intelligence. They can't figure things out rationally. And so Krishna says those who are abudaya, who do not have buddhi, they think, manyante, they consider me to be some impersonal, formless truth that has taken on a visible body. So it doesn't get simpler than that. You'd have to be really determined to misunderstand Bhagavad Gita not to get this. So, avyaktam yaktimapa nam manyante mang abudaya, because parang bhavama jananto, they do not understand my supreme or higher nature. They don't understand my higher existence. Parang bhavam. Parang ajanantaha, not understanding, not knowing my higher existence. Parang bhavam ajanantaha, and that is mama, my, which is abhyayam, unperishing, and anuttamam, without anything higher. Without anything higher. And what time is it now? Okay, last point, I promise, and then in case you were starting to panic and think I would never end. I just want to make one last point, and that is at the end of chapter 15, Krishna very powerfully explains why he's different. So I'm just going to quickly read those verses, the end of chapter 15. They're very powerful verses. Krishna, after saying that I'm in the heart of every living being, and from me come memory, knowledge, and so on, by all the Vedas, I alone am to be known. Krishna says, by all the Vedas, ultimately, I alone am to be known, because I made Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. So if you don't agree with Krishna, you don't know the Vedas. And then Krishna says, and this is what I'm going to end with, because it's just so powerful, and Krishna totally destroys any idea that God is ultimately impersonal. Krishna says, Dvavi mau purusho purushao loke. This is the dual. Sanskrit has singular, dual, and plural. So, Dvavi mau purushao loke. There are two persons in this world. He means categories of persons. There are two persons in this world. Ksharas, those who are fallible, perishing, and those who are infallible. In other words, if you identify yourself as a soul, if people say, who are you? And, not when filling out applications for credit cards, but at least in philosophical conversations, if you say, I am the servant, eternal servant of Krishna, then you know who you are. So Krishna says there are two kinds of persons, souls in this world. Those who are still conditioned on the material platform, and those who have transcended mortality because they are conscious of the spiritual platform. So Krishna says, Ksharak sarvani bhutani. Sort of like the mass of people are kshara. They're perishing because, again, the word bhuta means a composite identity of the soul falsely identifying as a physical human being. So that will perish. That will perish. And then kutasta ksharuchite. Kutasta in Sanskrit literally means one who stands at the peak. And it's sort of a jargon in Sanskrit to mean liberated. Literally, kuta. Kuta means a peak, like a mountain peak. And sta means stand. So one who stands at the peak is on the eternal platform. But then Krishna, so if someone is sort of thinking, well, I could become God, Krishna says, Uttama Purushaktwanyat. But the Supreme Person is someone else. So you may be a conditioned soul kind of flailing around in the material energy, or you may be a liberated soul who's in touch with the eternal. But Krishna says the Supreme Person is someone else. It's neither of these two categories. So good luck trying to become God by yoga. And Krishna says, Paramatma udahrita, and that Supreme Soul, or that person is declared to be the Supreme Soul. Yo lokatrayam avisha, the one who pervades all the three worlds and bibharti and sustains all the worlds, the unperishing Lord. Abhyaya Ishvara. And then Krishna says, Jasmat, because, yasmad, literally from which, it logically follows. So yasmad ksharad, ksharam because I transcend the conditioned soul. I go beyond the conditioned soul. And akshara pi chotam, I'm even beyond the liberated soul. I am supreme. Ato, therefore, asmi, loke, vedecha, therefore, in the world and in the Veda, pratita, I am celebrated as the supreme person. In the world and in the Veda, I am celebrated, pratita, as the supreme person. And then Krishna, and so you might say, well, maybe there's a higher knowledge beyond this. And Krishna rules that out. He simply rejects that. Krishna says, Jo mam evam asamudha janati purushottamam. One who knows me in this way, as the supreme person, without any confusion, no doubt, no confusion. Krishna says, Sa, that person, sarvavid, knows everything. That person knows everything. And bhajatimong, and worships me, sarva bhavena bharata, with all his feeling. So if you know Krishna's Purushottam, you know everything. And then you could say, well, that's just the Bhagavad Gita. What about other Shastras? Krishna covers that angle. This is an airtight argument that Krishna's making. What about other Shastras? Krishna says, Iti Guyadamam Shastram. This is the most advanced Shastra. This is the most advanced Shastra. Idamuktam Mayana Gana. I've today spoken it to you, Arjuna. Etad Budhva. Knowing this, and he uses the verb bud, like buddhi. So intellecting this, understanding this rationally, reasonably understanding this, buddhiman, then you become buddhiman. Then you actually have intelligence. Because Krishna described the impersonalists, or those who think Krishna is a material body, as abuddhiya. They don't have intelligence. Or those who worship the demigod, they're alpa buddhi, they have very little intelligence. But if you understand Krishna as the absolute truth and a person, then you become buddhiman. Then you actually have rational intelligence. So, etad buddha buddhiman syat krita krityasta bharata, and you become krita krityas. Your duty is done. Krita kritya. And at the end of the Bhagavad Gita, Sanjaya will say, anyone who hears and understands and accepts what Krishna said is krita kritya. Actually, I think Krishna says that. He tells Arjuna that. So that's Bhagavad Gita, as it is. Thank you very much. So now we have Artik. And all glories to Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Hare Krishna.
Thank you for the class. Thank you for the class. I have one question for you.
Yes.
In section chapter 8, Krishna thus says to Arjuna that the supreme God, who is oldest, who is omniscient and all, in section 8.9. Yes. But in 15th chapter, he says that supreme person is me. What you just explained about. At the same time, when Brahma Samhita, it talks about Lord Shiva being same as Lord Govinda.
Yogurt.
Yes. So now the question that I have is that is it correct to say that Lord Shiva and Lord Vishnu, they are same?
No.
Why not?
Obviously, there's an intimate connection. I mean, Lord Shiva is certainly not an ordinary person. But because milk and yogurt are not exactly the same, that's the whole point.
नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनीति नामिने।
দেখতে পাচ্ছ না লোক সরাবো দেখতে সরাবো
দেখতে পাচ্ছি। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देश तारिणे। प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. কিবা জয় জয় গৌরাচাদে আরতি কোশোভা। জাহ্নবী তটবনে জগ মনোলোভা। কিবা নিতাই চাঁদ বামে গদাধর। নিকটিয়া দ্বৈত শ্রেণী বাস ছত্রধর। কিবা বসে আছে গোরাচার রত্ন সিংহাসনে আরতি করেন ব্রহ্মা আদি দেবগণে শিবানর হরি আদি করি চামর ঢোলায় সঞ্জয় মুকুন্দ বাস ঘোষ আদি গায় কিবা শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে বাজে করতাল কিবা কিবা শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে বাজে করতাল মধুর মৃদঙ্গ বাজে পরম রসালো মধুর মৃদঙ্গ বাজে পরম রসালো শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে কিবা বহু কোটি চন্দ্র যিনি বদন জালো গালো দেশে বনমালা করে ঝালমালো গালো দেশে বনমালা করে ঝালমালো জানো মনোলোভা জাগো জানো মনোলোভা জাগো জানো মনোলোভা জয় শ্রী কৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু নিত্যানন্দ শ্রী অদ্বৈত গদাধর শিবাসাদি গৌরা ভক্ত বৃন্দ জয় শ্রী কৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু নিত্যানন্দ শ্রী অদ্বৈত গদাধর শিবাসাদি গৌরা ভক্ত বৃন্দ Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. चंदे राधे जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ बलदेव जय सुभद्रा निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर 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 हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल नाम संकीर्तन की जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि बोल श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय
नितला प्रविष्ट जय विष्णुदस्त परिव्राज परमशिल भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी प्रभुपाद की जय इस्कॉन फाउंडर जो जगत गुरु शिल प्रभुपाद की जय नितला प्रविष्ट जय विष्णुदस्त परिव्राज परमशिल भक्ति सिद्धांत गोस्वामी ठाकुर महाराज की जय परम भगवत शिल गौरदास महाराज की जय सच्चिदानंद शिल भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर की जय 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 प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवाचार्य श्री श्री गौर भक्तवृंद की जय श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड राधा वृंदावन मथुरा धाम की जय गंगामय जमुनामय की जय भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की जय भुवन मंगल हरिनाम प्रचार की जय कलय कुल नरसिंह हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र प्रचार की जय विश्वव्यापी हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र प्रचार की जय ग्रंथराज भागवतम की जय भगवद गीता की जय मायापुर चंद्रोदय मंदिर की जय नवद्वीप धाम की जय वृंदावन धाम की जय जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय 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 राधा कला चंद्र सन्ध्याकाल आरती की जय आरतीते अंशग्रहणकारी भक्तबिंद की जय समावत गौर भक्त मंडली की जय निताय गौर सीतानाथ ब्रह्मानंदे ऑल ग्लोरीज टू द समुद्रवती हरे कृष्ण ऑल ग्लोरीज टू द समुद्रवती हरे कृष्ण ऑल ग्लोरीज टू द समुद्रवती हरे कृष्ण ऑल ग्लोरीज श्री गुरु गौरांग श्रील प्रभुपाद की
Okay, give it to her. Say like yeah. Yeah. Ugram Viram Mahavishnu Jalantam Sarvatamukhaham Nishamavishanam Bhadram Mritur Namamyaham Sri Narsingha Jaya Narsingha Jaya Jaya Sri Narsingha Prahladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Namaste Narasi Inghaya Namaste Narasimhaya
हिरण्याकाशी पूर्वक्षः हिरण्याकाशी पूर्वक्षः हिरण्याकाशी पूर्वक्षः इतो नरसिंह परतो नरसिंह इतो नरसिंह परतो नरसिंह इतो नरसिंह परतो नरसिंह इतो नरसिंह परतो नरसिंह यतो यतो यामि ततो नरसिंह यतो यतो यामि ततो नरसिंह बाहिर्नरसिंह हृदये नरसिंह बाहिर्नरसिंह हृदये नरसिंह बाहिर्नरसिंह हृदये नरसिंह बाहिर्नरसिंह हृदये नरसिंह नरसिंहमदिं शरणं प्रपदे नरसिंहमदिं शरणं प्रपदे तब कर कमल बरे नाख अद्भुत सिंगाम दलिता हिरण्याकशपू कानुभृङ्गाम केशवधृता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे 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 जय जय केशवधृता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव जय राधा कलाचंदी राधा कलाचंदी श्री राधे जय राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद श्री राधे जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय बलदेव जय सुभद्रा निताई गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल निताई गौर हरि बोल नृसिंहदेव भगवान की जय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल
On my phone. Yes, ma'am. Can you first? Sorry, you didn't have to see that. It's okay. I just want to try it too. Oh, it's just one of these.
Russ, are you singing?
What?
Are you singing?
If you want to sing, you can sing.
Go ahead.
Uh,
Come. Sit in the middle.
I was literally just trying to. हाँ उन लोग को गाने दो फिर
पहले के लिए माफी मांगो
ओ नहीं मैं तो ऐसे ही पूछी थी क्योंकि कोई माइक नहीं ले रहा था
बेगिंग फॉरगिवनेस
नहीं माते नहीं मेरे को गाना भी नहीं था How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Long time no see. How was your today? Just today?
Yeah, just for my lecture. But I'll try to come for a kitchen.
Yes, you should. Oh my God, yes. I would look forward to that. Text me if you have.
Yeah. You have the same phone number because
Yeah.
I changed mine.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
then I'll
whatever.
text you.
Okay. Thank you. Hey. You're singing? Yeah.
Were you singing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay, then bye. There's no food at home. I ate all of it. Actually, there's marshmallows in the cabinet.
There's marshmallows where?
It's in the sugar room. Go find it. Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatyadi Shaitarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Do we wanna like turn till darshan opens? Do we wanna like turn till darshan opens? Huh? Bhajan? We're doing a bhajan. We're doing a bhajan. I think it's disappearance. Where shows up that Sachi out of the blue? Like, I'm so bored. I'm like, Trinapikatihina. Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koro Edasi Trinapika Atina. Sakala Sahana Baladiya Koro Nijamane Sprihahina. Gurudev Sakala Samana Karite Shakati Deho Nata Jata Jata Tabi to gayi bo Hari nama suke aparada habe hata. Suke Gurudev Kabe heno kripa lobiyai jana Kritarta hoi benata. Shakti buddhihina amiyati dina koro more atma sata. Dina amiyati dina koro more atma Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
She's asking if you wanted a person.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, she's like,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
I'm okay. You got it, you got it, you got it.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram 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 Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram Oh Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe Oh Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe Oh Radha Kala Chandi Bolo Radhe Radhe Oh Radha Kala Chandi Bolo Radhe Radhe Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Oh Jagannatha Jaya Jagannatha. Oh Jaya Jagannath Swami Jaya Jagannath. Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Oh Gauranita Jaya Gauranita. Gauranita Jaya Gauranita. Oh Gauranita Jaya Gauranita. Oh Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Gurudev Jaya Srila Gurudev. Jaya Gurudev Jaya Srila Gurudev. Oh Gaurari Bol Nitai Gaurari Bol. Gaurari Bol Nitai Gaurari Bol. Oh Gaurari Bol Nitai Gaurari Bol. Gaurari Bol Nitai Gaurari Bol. Oh 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 Gaurari Bol Nitai Gaurari Bol. Gaurari Bol Nitai Gaurari Bol. Oh Gaurari Bol Nitai Gaurari Bol. Oh Nitai Gaurari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol Nitai Gaurari Bol. Nitai Gaurari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol Nitai Gaurari Bol. Oh Nitai Gaurari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol Nitai Gaurari Bol. Oh Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. And now Rajesh.
Please get out of here. He's like the last person I want to know. I'm a little broken. You're always broken. No, good point. You're him too. That's like you're him too. It was worse. He's only done it 9 times. I've done it 20.
Jai Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji Bhagwan Ki, Shri Shri Gaurnitai Bhagwan Ki, Shri Shri Jagannath Baladev Shri Subhadra Marani Ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande.
When did God fix this?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Ramo, 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 Hare 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 Krishna. Everyone together. Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Ramo 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Everyone together. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone together. Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, please sing, please sing. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone together, Haribol, Haribol, Haribol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please chant Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Up to you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare. Turn on. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Wait, Hati, Jambi, John. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I'll sing with you.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare